is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are the Fourth. We are so.
Last night, the Braves kicked off an 8-game homestand with their biggest offensive output of the season, hanging 8 runs on the Dodgers on their way to a 4th straight win. Tonight, Julio Teheran takes the mound. He'll be opposed by the Dodgers' impressive young rookie, right-hander Ross Stripling. It's game 2 of 3, the Dodgers and the Braves. Wednesday Night Baseball on Fox Sports South. This Braves-Dodgers series sponsorship presented by Echo Outdoor Power Equipment. Another lovely evening in Atlanta, where tonight the Braves have a chance to make Major League history. Never before has a team started the year 0-9 and then rattled off 5 consecutive wins. A chance for the Braves to make it 2 in a row over the Dodgers here at Turner Field. Hi again, friends, with Tom Glavine and Joe Simpson, Chip Carey. Time for the Braves to keep on streaking. They whacked the Dodgers 8-1 last night. And Tommy, time for Julio Teheran to start a streak in the positive direction.
Yeah, he really needs to get things going, obviously. Off to a slow start. And if you're going to be the leader of the staff, then you got to turn things around and start pitching like the leader of the staff. You see his last 35 starts, 14-7 in home games here. Certainly needs to take advantage of that. He's been victimized by the walk. He's been victimized by the long ball. So look for him to go out there tonight, settle in, get comfortable here at Turner Field, and hopefully get things back on track and keep this streak going for the Braves. But, Joe, the Braves hitters are facing a good young guy on the Dodgers side tonight.
Absolutely. Ross Stripling was a guy who really wasn't on anyone's radar going into spring training, Tommy. But he pitched well in the spring, and then in his first big league start, you're seeing some of it right here. He was within 8 outs of a no-hitter in his major league debut. But 100 pitches at 7 1/3 caused him to be pulled from the ball game. He's only given up 5 hits in 2 starts. He's got good stuff. He's out of Texas A&M, a 5th-round draft pick, which to me is really a steal for the Dodgers at this point, judging by what we've seen already. He's a good one.
Let's see if the Braves can knock him off and make it 2 straight against L.A. and 5 in a row overall. Mallex Smith played his first game at Turner Field last night. He had a big evening. He's a student of the game, and Kelsey will explain when we come back for game 2 of this series in Atlanta next.
Sponsored by Chevrolet.
Welcome back, guys. Now, you are all familiar with the name Mallex Smith by now. He was a highly touted prospect who's finally up in the show, but it was due to some unfortunate circumstances when Inciarte went down with his injury on that 15-day DL. Now, I was talking to Mallex earlier. He said the game is really slowing down for him. You know, he's able to really see the ball better. He has been on fire the past 3 games, and he's also learning from teammates like Nick Markakis, who is also on fire from the dish.
You know, I'm just trying to watch his ABs. He don't really give away at bats. You know, I'm trying to figure out what's he doing with 2 strikes, you know, early in the count. Just looking at pitches that he's fouling off, you know, what he may be doing that I'm not. I even ask questions. You know, these guys are really good at giving information. So, you know, ultimately, I'm just trying to sit and watch and just try to be a visual learner right now before I ask too many questions.
And we got the ace on the bump tonight, Teheran. Starting lineups and your first pitch coming up right after the break.
April in the ATL continues tonight from Turner Field in Atlanta. Thank you so much for joining us. Joe Simpson, Tom Glavine, Chip Carey with you for our middle game of the series with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Julio Teheran is on the mound. He could use a win.
0-2 on the year, off to a tough start. He wants to get back to the way he finished last season. His last 6 starts of 2015, 2-1 with a 1.62, real good opponents batting average against. So whatever he was doing the end of the year last year, that's the feeling he wants to get back. That's what he wants to get back to on the mound, and let's hope it starts tonight.
And for his 4 keys tonight, one of them involves the fact that he got pushed back a start because of flu-like symptoms yesterday. So energy savers, whatever he's got to try to have quick innings and save some energy so he can get a little deeper in the ball game, that'll be beneficial to him tonight. And left-handed hitters continue to wear him out. This year hitting .308. Of the 4 home runs he's given up, 3 to lefties, including 2 in his last start against Washington. 7 innings, 6 hits, 6 runs, and lost 6-2. So he's got to use that changeup a little more, throw that back foot slider a little better, and try to handle some of these left-hand hitters for the Dodgers.
Who have 4 lefties and 1 switch hitter in the lineup for Dave Roberts. 2 back-to-back in Chase Utley and Corey Seager in the opening inning for Los Angeles. Braves won 8-1 last night. Ryan Weber, in relief of Williams Perez, picked up his first big league victory. Tyler Flowers, a perfect night at the plate. Jeff Francoeur, a couple of hits and an RBI. And Braves won their 4th consecutive game. So Utley's ready to go. He was 1 for 4 last night. Chase batting .295 on the young season. And the first of the night is off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Perfect night, 76 degrees, wind blowing from right to left as the Dodgers bat here in the first. And a ground ball to first. Julio to the bag, beats Utley, and there's out number 1. A check of the Atlanta defense tonight. We'll get another look at Jace Peterson in the outfield. He looked very good down in Miami. Alex Smith and Nick Markakis join him in center and right. Daniel Castro in for Adonis Garcia, who got plunked in the knee last night. That's a little sore today. So Castro plays third. Kelly Johnson slides in at second. And A.J. Pierzynski is behind the plate. Here's Corey Seager, the young Dodgers shortstop. And he lashes one out of play for a strike. Seager went 0 for 4 last night. The number 1 rated prospect by MLB.com entering the season. That's after a .337 run last year. And Kenta Maeda, the other. He's a starting pitcher, but not nearly as young as Mr. Seager.
Well, there was a good changeup, Tommy.
Yeah, real good.
Good sign.
Even though it was over the heart of the plate, it's down and moving.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Sharply hit to short. Nice pick by Ibar, and the throw to first in time. Seager retired.
Nice play.
Real nice play, and 2 ground balls to start the game too. That's a good sign as well.
Cheated up the middle a little bit on him, had him positioned perfectly. Good start for Julio.
2 outs on 7 pitches. Like that pace for Julio as Justin Turner, the third baseman, digs in. Rough night all around for Turner last night. 0 for 3 and a couple of errors. And he's down a strike. It's 0-1.
Tell you, if he continues to throw strike 1, that'll help a lot in terms of having quicker innings. These guys are going up there hacking. That's not a good sign. Not dizzy, is he? Might be.
A.J. Pierzynski on his way to the mound. Julio had his start backed up to today. Was really sick yesterday and the day before. One ball, one strike. And now he's a strike away from heading into the Atlanta dugout. 1-2 for Justin Turner.
Sometimes when you go out there not feeling good, it can be a blessing in disguise. You tend to keep things a little bit simpler. You tend to focus more on when you got a chance to get a guy out, make a pitch, get him out, to try to do exactly what you talked about, Joe. Stay efficient and not have to work any harder than you need to.
That swept well off the plate for a full count. Adrian Gonzalez is the Dodger cleanup man. He waits next. Yasiel Puig will follow him on the lineup card. The payoff pitch is caught on and missed. 1-2-3 inning for Julio Teheran. He looked a little dizzy in the opening inning, but got the Dodgers in order. Here come the Braves at home against Ross Stripling. Let's see if the Braves can get him some early runs this evening. Nick Markakis is ready to go. He is 6 for 16 since moving into the #1 spot on the lineup card. Braves scored 6 runs a game on average in Miami. They scored a season high 8 yesterday. You know, Freddie Gonzalez would like similar output tonight against a tough young man.
Ross Stripling making his 3rd start in the year. Had been pretty good in his first 2. Put up some good numbers. Had a couple good games. 2 starts. 0-0 with a 2.03 ERA, and as Joe mentioned, took a no-hitter into the 7th or 8th inning, 7th inning, his first time out. So he's been off to a good start.
Nick Markakis has been swinging early in the count, and he took a 90-mile-an-hour fastball for strike 1.
When I ask about the appearance of maybe being overly conservative by taking him out in these after a 7 1/3 of no-hit ball, I was told that he's only in the 2nd year post Tommy John, so that had a lot to do with it too.
Yeah, missed 2014 and the start of last year with Tommy John.
So as well as he's pitched in his first couple of big league games, the Dodgers are already talking about innings limits for him. They do not want him to throw 200 innings for Dave Roberts this year.
He's got a good pitching coach to keep an eye on that too, and Rick Honeycutt.
I don't know why you'd have that conversation after 2 starts. I think that stuff will kind of figure itself out.
Downstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Dodgers starters a .288 collective earned run average. And that just missed. Good at bat from Markakis to work the count full. And that guy is one reason why the Dodgers staff ERA is as good as it is. Clayton Kershaw pitches here tomorrow afternoon. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And Markakis hits it to short. Seager's got it. And there's out number 1. The Dodgers ended this series one of the best defensive teams in all of baseball. They didn't show it last night, committing 3 errors on the left side of the infield. They have the same defensive lineup tonight behind Ross Stripling. Daniel Castro gets the start at third tonight. Daniel's 3 for 12. And that's poked into the seats out of play. Steve right 1 to Castro.
Stripling sits 91 to 93. Curveball, changeup, and slider. .6'3", 210 out of Southlake, Texas.
Sharply hit and past Turner at third, who was playing even with the bag. So that takes care of any no-hit drama very early for Ross Stripling, who went 7 1/3 no-hit innings in his first game with the Dodgers.
Watch out, Daniel turns on this pitch in. Real short, quick stroke, getting the barrel there. Talked about him since he got called up about how he can turn on the ball. Good example right there. So much so that Turner's decided to move over to the right side of the infield.
The Dodgers shift for Freddie Freeman, who had a hit last night. And he didn't get that one. It's a swinging strike.
They might need a change of scenery. See a ground ball from a different perspective.
Yeah, right.
He's having a tough time over there at third.
That's fouled away. No balls, 2 strikes. What in the world's Turner got on top of his glove?
Like he's got a shopping bag with cookies in there in case he got hungry.
Maybe he picked up a hot dog wrapper from the field.
Oh, I've never seen that before. 0-2 pitch is fouled back to the screen.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a hot dog wrapper.
He likes Dodger dogs so much he brings the wrappers with him on the road trip, right?
Yeah, and shoves them in the fingers of his glove just in case there's a long inning.
Did Freddie chase? He did. He's called out by Ted Barrett at third base. Freeman disagreed. I don't think Freddie Gonzalez liked that one either. And there's the first strikeout.
Tried to get up on top of that high fastball. I thought he stopped. I like that pitch though. Going upstairs ahead in the count. A little bit up out of the zone. It's tough to lay off.
That'll bring up A.J. Pierzynski, closing in on the 2,000 hit mark. He's 6 away. They're batting 156. Strike one. Got to figure that Stripling's got a big advantage over the Braves hitters. The first time through the order, they've never seen him before. Yes, there's video. Yes, they've probably seen the other games, but not the same as facing him live. One ball, one strike.
Tell you what, looking at Seager out there at shortstop reminds me of Troy Tulowitzki. He's a big guy.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
6'4", 215. Stripling's second start came against Arizona. Again, he got a no decision. 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and 5 strikeouts.
He threw 96 pitches in that game, threw 100 in that no-hit bid against the Giants. So that might be where the Dodgers try to keep him. See if the Braves can get his pitch count up and get back into that Dodger pen, which had to pick up a heavy load last night.
Last year, after they activated him, he was in A and AA, and combined he was 3-6 with a 3.66.
And A.J. walks to keep the inning alive. Kelly Johnson's the batter. Well, Stripling hasn't won, he hasn't lost, but one number that stands out for me, guys, in his first 2 starts, the league's hitting $116 against him.
Get your attention. And their staff as a whole is #1 in Major League Baseball, right? In average against, sub 200. Or it was sub 200 coming into this series. May not be after last night when the Braves had 10 hits.
Braves have done a good job all year hitting with runners in scoring position. In fact, they're batting .314 in these spots. We've got a lot of 2-out hits down in Miami. Let's see if Kelly can provide one here in the first. One ball, one strike. Kelly had a good rip at it and fouled it straight back.
A couple of times the left-handed hitters have been a little tardy. He may have that sneaky quick 91 fastball that's on him a little bit before they can realize it, since they haven't seen him.
Yeah, these guys are so used to seeing scattering force at 95, 96. They're probably thinking, oh, 91. But like you said, then you get in there, it's on you.
And Kelly just got a piece of that one to stay alive. It's still a ball and 2 strikes. Kelly has 2 hits this year with men in scoring position. Both of those hits were 2-out hits to score runs. Castro and Przinsky aboard for him here in the home first.
Ooh, good eye. Ben May behind the plate. We have not seen Ben May behind the plate in April. But we may again in another month. He was a replacement umpire last year for vacations and what have you, not assigned to a crew.
Two balls, 2 strikes. We'll have Angel Hernandez behind the plate tomorrow. And Will Little, the other member of the crew, we have not seen him behind the plate. And the scouting report on him is he has a Will Little strike zone.
That he does.
Well, I'm glad we won't see him tomorrow.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Driven down the right field line, but he was a tad early.
Change up. Oh, left it up too.
Yep. Oh, I can see Tommy breaking out in a cold sweat when he sees that replay.
Those are the ones when they come out of your hand in your mind. You're thinking, oh no, please. And then thank God he hit it foul.
"24 pitches for Stripling here in the first inning. That's a good game plan.
See if he comes back with that changeup. Hung that one maybe in his mind. You'll think, well, I can throw him a better one. With the breaking ball. I used to love doing that though. You throw a changeup to a guy that he rips it and you know you hung it and it wasn't a good one. Come back with it again because you know you're going to, chances are you're going to throw it better than you did the last one. Unlike the flip side when you throw that nasty pitch and so many guys want to come back with it because it was so nasty and then they try and throw it again and they hang it.
And as a hitter too, I mean, if you just, like Kelly did, if you just clobbered his changeup, even though it wasn't a good one,
right?
He's not going to throw that again.
No, he's not throwing that again.
Nice long rest for Julio Teheran after he appeared to be a little dizzy. Runners go, and it's tipped and popped in the air, and Grandal was able to flag it down with a left paw. Lucky bounce for the Dodgers. Bad break for Kelly Johnson, and the Braves strand a pair and scores first. Tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light.
And tonight it's on the Braves 4-game winning streak. Offense is up, pitching is down by numbers anyway, which is a good sign. And the combination has been real good. What'd you say, Chip? First time ever if they win tonight?
After an 0-9 start, a team would win the next 5 games.
Huh.
Huh.
There's no chance for history.
Why not?
It's a good formula. Score more and give up less.
Simple game. I like it. I hope that rest did Julio some good, as he'll face Adrian Gonzalez for the Dodgers here in the second. This guy could flat out hit. 2 more hits last night. Hitting a cool .333 already this year. He's played in every game so far for LA. And that missed upstairs for an even count. High fly to right. Nick Markakis backpedals, and he'll have plenty of room. Gonzalez is out number 1.
Adrian might want this one back.
Yep.
That was the change of speed more than it was the break of the pitch that got him.
And that'll bring up Yasiel Puig. Puig at .347 for the year. That's good for 6th in the National League. First pitch, bouncing ball left side. Ibar loads up, and he got Puig for out number 2.
A couple of good plays by Eric to start the game. One to his left, and then from the backhand there.
And we know he's having a dry spell at the plate. Good to see that's not carrying over with the glove. Two outs. Dodger catcher Yasmani Grandal is up. And he takes a strike. One of Joe's keys was for Julio to be efficient. So far, he's gotten 5 outs on 19 pitches. I'm sure there have been many a day where Julio's felt like nobody was going to beat him when he's played the Dodgers, but he has not ever beaten this club in his career. So there might be a little poetic justice on a day when physically he may not feel his best. He has his best result against LA. We'll see about that. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In the air to right, that one's pretty well cracked. Markakis will turn. That ball is off the fence. Grandal on his way to second. Nick got to it quickly, and it's a belly flop double for the Dodger catcher.
A couple of things here. One was good, and one was entertaining. The changeup up in the zone, and boy, did he level off on it. The good thing is it stayed in the ballpark. The entertaining part was Grandal's slide into second that looked kind of like a skid. It was more a 2-hopper.
More of a flop.
Howie Kendrick, the batter. He was 0 for 3 last night and fouls it back. A carrier landing, you might say.
Yes. Well, almost missed first, and we got the tail hook right here.
Striker, you're too low. But he's got the first hit. Those are even so far tonight. Strike 1 for Howie Kendrick. Mile-an-hour fastball. Kendrick stays alive. Dodgers last night were 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. This is their first crack with Kendrick in the box in the second tonight. Dave Roberts in his first year as the Dodgers skipper, 10th manager in Los Angeles. Dodger history. And a swing and a miss takes care of Howie Kendrick. Second strikeout for Julio Teheran. And he'll go to the bottom of the second inning in a 0-0 game. Braves put a dent in that. He threw 26 in the opening inning, and he'll face the Braves in the second. And this is the Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard. One reason why he's off to such a good start in the big leagues.
Well, he's got a decent fastball like we talked about. Certainly not 95, 96 like you see with a lot of guys, but it's the secondary pitch that, or both of them, that obviously have been good pitches for him. Guys having a hard time hitting it or tracking it, whatever it may be, but that's the pitch that he's able to use to keep them honest and keep them off that 91-mile-an-hour fastball.
It's a pretty good company right there with numbers 2 and 3.
Really good, yes.
You all mentioned that strike one's a big key for Julio Teheran. It's obviously a big key for Stripling too. He's thrown strike one to each of the first 5 batters he's faced in the game. We'll see if that streak continues with Eric Ibar, the Braves shortstop. Eric needs a hit, 1 for his last 27.
And 0 for his last 18.
And Gonzalez robs him with a diving try to his right. We know all about Adrian Gonzalez in the bat. I think his glove's underrated too.
Agreed. And boy, when you're scuffling, it just feels like there's about 15 guys out there playing defense against you when they're making plays like this. If you hit one good. Right out in the web.
Jace Peterson is the batter. And he bounces one to the right side. Gonzalez feeds the pitcher, and Jace is out number 2. I think it's safe to say Mallex Smith had a very nice first ever game at Turner Field last night, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir. RBI double. His last time up was a nice insurance knock too.
First career multi-RBI game yesterday for the Braves. He bats in front of the pitcher, Julio Teheran. Dodgers pinch in at the corners with 2 out. And Alex takes the ball low.
And this is what's great about a guy who has the ability, like a Brett Butler, the threat of putting a bunt down, even with 2 out. You shorten up the whole infield, you got a better chance of hitting one through. Great advantage.
Breaking ball had Alex swinging and missing. 1-2 now is the count.
Alex got his stitches out today too. No more Band-Aid.
Yeah, he's probably happy to get that thing gone.
And a base hit to right for Alex Smith with 2 strikes. Second hit of the game for Atlanta. And Julio Teheran will step into the box.
Slider, but not a very good one. Head in the count. Alex took advantage of it. Here's one of the things about I think it's good that Freddie moved him down in the order, took a little pressure off of him, trying to get on base, leading off. But the flip side of that is batting 8th. You've got other in-game situations that crop up that might hinder him being able to run, and this is one of them with 2 out and the pitcher up.
Yeah, he doesn't want to run and get caught trying to steal, for then the pitcher would lead off the next inning for the Braves.
Well, the good news hitting 8th though is you got the athlete behind you, so you got protection in the lineup, so you'll probably see some pitches to hit.
I'm sorry, would you say that again? My headphones went out.
We apologize for the audio difficulties you're having across Braves country. As Julio smacks one toward Jock Peterson in center, and that will retire the side. Julio Teheran is showing his athleticism on the mound. 2 scoreless innings so far. Let's see what he has in store in the 3rd. Greatness Made Here feature brought to you by Synovus, the bank of here. We talked a lot early this spring, and we'll be talking all summer about the future of the Atlanta Braves. Well, some of that was on display last night in Gwinnett, huh, fellas?
Great outing for Aaron Blair. 7 innings, no hits or runs, 10 Ks. Great outing.
Yeah, and off to a great start. 3-0, 1.42 ERA. Can't do much better than that. They got a good club over there. They're gonna be fun to watch.
Rio Ruiz has a double for Gwinnett tonight already. Had a 3-hit night last night. And Tyrell Jenkins is the man on the hill for the Gwinnett Braves this evening. We'll keep an eye on his performance as Julio Teheran goes back to work in inning number 3. You can just tell he doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the same bounce to his step that he normally has in a ball game.
Well, like I say, go out, keep it efficient.
"13 pitches in each of the first 2 innings for Julio tonight. And Jock Peterson is the Dodger hitter. Peterson 1 for 3. And this one's popped up. Ibar in a dead sprint. He is called off by Jace Peterson. And Jace makes the play for out number 1.
Jace is doing a good job out there. Looks comfortable.
So a Peterson to Peterson put out here in third. Here's Stripling, finance major at Texas A&M. Comes from a family of stockbrokers.
Yeah, he's got a job in the offseason doing that, doesn't he? So this is probably way less stressful for him.
Popped up to the right side. Kelly Johnson is under it, and he makes the play. So Ross can tell you all about options, futures rising, all that kind of stuff. He's ready to go.
Well, futures rising is about him. I mean, it's nice that he's got that kind of background. The way things are going, he's going to need it.
And 2 quick outs brings up Chase Utley again. Still love watching this guy swing the bat.
Me too. Great hands in his swing, always has had.
Do you have any insight as to why last year was so difficult?
Little pop behind third. That's tough play. And that ball is going to drop. Nice pick up by Castro to hold Utley to a bloop single. Boy, he caught that ball with his back to the infield on a hop and stood up and threw a strike to second. Gorgeous play. But Utley's aboard with a 2-out hit.
I don't have any insight into that, Tommy. It's really been a couple of years where he's struggled. Start blooping a few in, that'll kind of turn your bad luck. Nice play by Daniel.
He had a right ankle problem last year that cost him a couple of weeks. But the knees a couple of years ago were a huge problem for Utley. Traded August 19th last year for Darnell Sweeney and pitcher John Ritchie.
I have to say too, with the slide that he employed in that playoff game against the Mets, after all the years of watching him play in Philadelphia, I thought it was really out of character for him. Never known him to be considered or thought of as a quote unquote dirty player, but that was a horrible slide.
Broke the leg of Ruben Tejada. And that one got away from Freddie Freeman. And Utley's on his way to second. A throwing error on Tehran. And Corey Seager has a man in scoring position.
Caught him leaning, but it was well off the mark.
Chase Utley now 37 years old. Doesn't seem possible. As that one's launched down the right field line, that's trouble if it's fair. And it is a foul ball. Seager's done that twice in this series.
Well, the ball jumps off his bat too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
That appeared to be something up and in.
Change up again. Hung it. Cut it.
'62 homers in 390 career minor league games. That covered 4 years for Corey Seager. He hit 4 with LA last year.
Another guy out of the Freddie Freeman School of Hitting. He's choked up a little bit.
Corey lives in Kannapolis, North Carolina in the offseason. But he's got some friends and family here tonight. And the 2-2.
It's Dale Earnhardt country, isn't it?
I believe so. Yep. Strike 3. A changeup and a beauty. Seager took it. Teheran's got a strikeout at each of his first 3 innings. And the top of the order is coming up for the Braves.
There were some roster moves today. The Braves sent down Williams Perez to Gwinnett. He threw yesterday 3 1/3 scoreless innings on short rest. They brought up Casey Kelly. He's expected to come out of the pen in long relief. He's coming from Gwinnett.
Yeah, thank you, Kelsey. And the thinking for Freddie Gonzalez is exactly how the game worked out last night. You got a guy who's not feeling well on the mound. Don't know how long he can go. Bring up another guy who has pitched long relief in case Julio Teheran can only go 3 or 4 or 5 innings tonight. And Gwinnett's in town all week, so that was a very easy commute for Casey Kelly. So glad he's here as Markakis didn't get it. He's down 0-2.
Easy commute for him, not so easy for Williams Perez.
No.
He might get stuck in traffic and not be there for 2-3 days.
To short, and Seager boots another one.
He committed an error to his backhand last night. This one looked like a fairly routine play. Came up off the heel of his glove. Right at him. Yeah. Pretty hot hop that ate him up.
Dodgers entered play yesterday with the top fielding percentage in the big leagues and had committed the fewest errors. Turner went 24 games between errors before he committed his 2 yesterday. Now Seager has 2 in the series. And that opens the door for the Braves in the third, and Daniel Castro, who picked up the first Atlanta hit. Turner creeps in at third base. And a strike over the inside corner.
Pretty good over the top slow curve.
Yeah, throw him a hanger for strike 1, and that was the good one.
No balls, 2 strikes, and that's upstairs. Joe, you and I were talking at dinner tonight about Stripling and his college career. How in the world does a guy as accomplished as he fall to the 5th round of the draft?
That surprised me when I was reading some of his accomplishments. No-hitter in college, all-conference in the Big 12 at the time, All-American. So there might have been some questions about his arm then, if it was healthy. Had to be something physical to drop to the 5th round.
Well, he really has been a huge find for the Dodgers, what with Brett Anderson on the disabled list, Mike Bolsinger, Brandon McCarthy, Hyun-Jin Ryu, all important parts of the Dodgers staff, sidelined for a long time.
And again, into spring training, he wasn't on the radar for one of those spots. He had pitched only an A and AA last year, and not that many innings last season.
A ground ball right side. Utley's got it. Second for 1. Seager's throw to first is late. Markakis and Castro trade places. And there's the first out. And let's not forget, the Dodgers also had a gigantic hole in their rotation created when Zach Greinke went to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Greinke supposed to pitch tonight. Here's Freddie. He was out on a check swing strikeout in the Braves' first.
Yeah, a check swing strikeout. But Mike, the shifting and over shifting and over again shifting. If Freddie hits a ground ball to the left side for a base hit, what have you accomplished? For somebody in the dugout to say, oh, okay, well, we got him to go to left field. Maybe so, but you've still got a first and second or first and third situation that you've got to deal with that may not have happened if you're playing him straight up.
I wonder if some clubs would think, okay, if he's going to just poke the ball to the left side, that's a lot better than him hitting the double in the gap or over the fence, right?
Well, sure it is. But when Freddie first came up, he wore out left center field.
I can tell you, I get what everybody does, and you know, the one guy we used to do all the time with was Barry Bonds. But from a pitching standpoint, you're not thinking about him hitting a home run because that's you making a mistake. You're thinking about the pitch that you execute and you want to get an out, and all of a sudden there's a routine ground ball to third base that turns into a double.
Yeah.
You want to talk about on the mound emotionally being ticked off.
That was nasty. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And isn't that the essence of making the shift work, Tom? You can't pitch against your shift.
Right.
You have to make a pitch to make the shift work behind you.
Yeah, and that's, you know, a lot of the factoring into it too. You know, you're clearly pitching for him to pull the ball. Well, if that's not your pitcher's strength, well, you're pitching you're going right into his weakness to begin with.
Runner goes, and Freddie check swings, strikes out again. And sliding into second is Castro, and the Dodgers have to scramble to cover the third base bag. No one was there because of the shift. And Castro's at second, 2 outs once again for A.J. Pierzynski. Freddie's not seeing him very well yet.
Oh, and he's been behind in the count right away. Just kind of put him in the hole. AJ was aggressive on the first pitch, his first at bat, but he does that sometimes just to set up a pitcher later in the ball game, thinking he's not going to go at the first pitch because he looks like he's taking all the way in his subsequent at bats.
And a strike. Told you AJ 6 hits away from 2,000. He's also second on the club in stolen bases. He wanted me to mention that tonight. His first steal since 2013.
Well, he's had a good breaking ball, and he's had a good changeup this inning. Dodgers would love to shift on AJ, but they can't with a runner at second. They've got to play it straight because they've got to cover third.
That ball was collarbone high, and he fought it off.
AJ's one of those grizzly old veterans. I hope somebody tells him I said that. That can actually look for a breaking ball and foul off a fastball. There's not too many guys that can do that.
Another breaking ball fought off. It's still 0-2. Braves fans are such good fielding fans, they don't even need to wear the glove to make a clean catch. That was a beauty. 0-2 for the Braves catcher A.J. Pierzynski. Little flare into right. Puig coming on, plays it on a hop. Here comes Castro around third. Throw to the plate late. Grandal's throw is into center field, and the Braves have taken a 1-0 lead.
Thing of beauty. Just fought it off. He kept fouling off pitches, fouling off good pitches. Dumps one in for the RBI, and then a bad decision by Puig allows him to get to second.
So hit number 1995 for A.J. Pierzynski is a run-scoring base hit. And now Kelly Johnson, with a man in scoring position, can add to the lead. And the catchers might need a little sliding practice before Game 3 tomorrow.
Well, he saw the infielder coming in really into his path to take that throw. Kind of dug his knee in the ground. That'll leave a mark.
1 ball, 1 strike.
All right, 1-1 count here. He fed Kelly a lot of off-speed stuff to get him his last time up. So a chance here 1-1 to look for something off speed. You know Kelly's a good fastball hitter.
Drilled down the right field line.
As demonstrated here on the fastball.
And a great catch on the ricochet.
Here's where if you're going to throw on the breaking ball, 2 strikes. Be careful. You don't want to throw for a strike. Finish down at that back foot or try and backdoor it or bounce it. Good backdoor location there. Kelly fought off a good pitch.
He fought off a couple of good ones last time up before that foul tip that Grandal was able to hang on to.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Kelly is such a good fastball hitter. And I know he hasn't seen Stripling much, but he's seen a steady diet of off-speed pitches already in a bat and a half. Behind in the count, why not move up on the plate a little bit? Hitters these days hate to change their stance and position in the box, but he could almost move up on the plate and challenge him to throw him a fastball inside and at the same time have the plate covered.
Swing and a miss. That will retire the Braves in the 3rd. But A.J. Pierzynski with a 2-out hit puts Atlanta in front behind Julio Teheran.
Baseball is sponsored by Delta Airlines, your local Ford dealer, and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Hey, the Braves are struck first, a single run in the home 3rd. Now we head to inning number 4. Follow Braves baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and your tablets. Joe, Tom, and Chip with you from Atlanta. Kelsey Wingert, our sideline and clubhouse reporter tonight as well. Thanks so much for joining us. Braves trying for their 5th straight win. They've given Julio Teheran a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and the long innings in the bottom half of the innings have helped Julio, I would say, kind of regroup, be fresh going out.
I think we all got a scare in that first inning when he shaking his head, looked a little woozy out there on the mound. He's allowed just 2 Dodger hits.
I mean, you're pretty much used to that, Chip. What's that like?
Well, I was going to say, there's only one pitcher named Dizzy, and that's the great Dizzy Dean. Dizzy Teran doesn't quite fit.
No, it doesn't.
Fly ball center. Mallex Smith on the run at the warning track, at the fence. He'll make the grab for out number 1.
Well, another one, he was fortunate to keep in the ballpark. But this guy Turner is amazing at how he can get the barrel of the bat to pitches on the inner third of the plate. Nice play by Mallex.
Yeah, just enough room out there. That's where you want him to hit your mistakes. Biggest part of the ballpark.
You had a guy that was pretty good out there.
Had a couple of them over the years.
Bringing him back over the wall, right? Yeah. As Adrian Gonzalez is the batter. He flied out to right. That is 0 for 1. Gonzalez entered play tonight with 14 hits in 31 at-bats on the road. And a .333 batting average overall. Braves hope to cool him off here and let him get hot in Colorado. That's the next stop on the Dodger road trip. And this one's popped up left side. Castro in foul ground is going to have room to make the play. 2 outs. And here's Yasiel Puig. He calls me dizzy again, Tom. We're going to make him sing Wabash Cannonball before the night's over.
Do we have to?
Good point. And no, you don't.
Puig swings the first. Markakis is there. Easy inning for Julio Teran. Keep it up, Julio. 3 up, 3 down. 1-0 Braves. Teran, who has pitched 4 scoreless so far this evening. Hopefully we'll be talking about his first victory of the season after the game on Braves Live, presented by Xfinity. Jerome Jurinovich looking snazzy out on the set as always tonight. Kelsey Wingert will be in the Braves clubhouse to talk with Freddie Gonzalez and the boys, hopefully after the Braves earn their 5th consecutive win. Braves in the beginning stages of a long homestand. We'll meet our friends at Delta Airlines for our upcoming road trip, which will take us to Boston, Chicago, and then New York. Ibar lined out to Gonzalez his first time up. That was in the second. Ross Stripling down a run on 3 hits. And that one sliced toward left. Howie Kendrick is over. Plays it to the backhand. Ibar thinking about two. He's on his way, and he's going to beat the throw. Hustle double for Ibar, and that ends his hitless drought.
After getting robbed by Gonzalez his first time up, he deserves a little slasher the other way. And made it into second base safely thanks to his hustle right out of the box. When he saw that thing slicing, he knew he had a chance at 2.
And if anybody would know about the arm of Howie Kendrick, it's Erick Ibar. They were teammates for a long time with the Angels. So a good start to the Braves. 4th. Here's Jace Peterson, and he takes low. Ball 1. Line drive into right. That's a base hit for Jace. And the Braves have him at the corners with nobody out. Back-to-back hits for the Braves, and Mallex Smith is coming to the plate.
Good job by Jace to get him over. Almost got him in. Slider or cutter that was a little flat.
Yeah, didn't do much.
Ibar had to wait to make sure that ball was going to get down. And then with Puig's arm, only able to advance as far as third base. And Puig that time hit his cutoff man. Last 4 games during this winning streak, the Braves have hit .428 with runners in scoring position coming into the game tonight. And tonight they're 2 for 4.
That's a fair ball bunt, and Ibar broke from third toward the plate, and he collides with Grandal. Bo Porter wanted to get interference on the catcher, but that call is going to be waved away by third base umpire Ted Barrett, and the Braves have first and second with 1 out now.
I'm not sure what they were trying to accomplish here, Tom.
No, it didn't look like it was a full-on squeeze. Looked like it was kind of that safety. Yeah, it's a safety squeeze, and Ibar just got a bad read.
Yeah.
Nice try trying to call the interference, but
yeah, he did get a bad read. Wasn't a good bunt.
Now with the safety squeeze, you read it, you see that it's out there, you come home, you move the guy over, you get an out, no big deal, but he must have thought that ball was going to roll further than it did.
A sinking strike for Julio Teheran. There's a good bunt. Runners move up for Nick Markakis. Second and third, 2 outs.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of indecision between Stripling and Gonzalez as to who was going to take that, but they do get the out.
Second strikeout for Julio. And Markakis with 12 RBIs. It's with 2 on here. And he won't get a chance to hit. That makes sense. Nick with his 12 RBIs, 5th in the league. They'll load him up and take their chances with Daniel Castro.
Well, with the messed up safety squeeze this inning, Daniel Castro can get a base hit. All is forgiven. Move on.
First time Castro's hit with the bases loaded. This will be Daniel's second at bat with a runner in scoring position for the Braves. There's that big curveball, strike one.
Stopped by Grandal and willing to call for another breaking ball, even if it's in the dirt. Having the confidence he can knock it down.
That's into the seats, foul to the right. Right off the Phil Niekro side.
Came knuckling off that side.
Sure did.
Stripling got away with one there.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row. Gonna go back to it again or try and throw something to get him off it. He's been pretty good at elevating that fastball after a few breaking balls.
Line drive center field by Castro. That's going to score 2. Ball bobbled by Jock Peterson. Doesn't matter. Castro with a big 2-out hit. It's 3-0 Atlanta.
As I said, everybody will feel a little better now thanks to Daniel. That wasn't a bad pitch.
No, that was a good pitch.
Grandal sliding out there to block it.
And that's going to be the end of the line for Ross Stripling. The Braves have knocked him out of the game here in the 4th inning. 2 on, 2 in, and 2 out. Braves 3, Dodgers 0.
your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. The Georgia Lottery. And Synovus, the bank of here.
Another beautiful night in Atlanta where the Braves have added 2 runs here in the home fourth. Fans become an A-list member today and secure the best seats for the last year at Turner Field and the first season at SunTrust Park. With multiple ticket options and exclusive benefits for your unique needs, don't miss out on becoming an A-list member today. Go to Braves.com/A-list or call 404-577-9100. All help appreciated for Julio Teheran, who leads 3-0. And the Dodgers are back in their bullpen. They were used liberally last night.
Including this guy who had a perfect 1-2-3 inning. He might have been the sharpest of all of them last night.
Adam Liberatore was called up last Thursday from Oklahoma City. Had 4 scoreless innings at AAA with 8 strikeouts. Last year pitched in 39 games with the Dodgers and averaged a strikeout per inning pitched. Freddie Freeman, the happiest Brave to see Stripling out of the game. He struck him out twice. Mile high pop. Turner over near the stands and won't have a play. Markakis and Castro, the Braves runners. 2 strikes, 2 outs for Freddie. And another good stop by Grandal.
A 57-footer.
Stripling out after 76 pitches. And 3 2/3 innings. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Freddie strikes out for a 3rd time in the game. 2 runs, 3 hits, a couple left. We head to the 5th. Ballpark in Atlanta tonight. They're having a good time. Braves have scored 3 times against the Dodgers, lead 3-0 going to the 5th inning. Julio Teheran has been very effective on a night where he appears to not be 100%. The Braves would be thrilled to get 5 good innings out of Julio tonight.
Absolutely.
If you'd have told me that, and we've still got 3 outs to get, but I would have been very surprised knowing he wasn't feeling well.
He only threw 6 pitches in the last inning. He's got 45 in total through his 4 innings. That was one of Joe's keys tonight. Julio was listening. As Grandal goes to work. First pitch swing. And an easy play for the first out. Billy Johnson throws him out. That's 5 straight Dodgers set down by Teheran.
I don't know how this game's going to turn out, but going back to what you said earlier, Tom, about when you're not feeling good, sometimes that's a good night to pitch because you're just trying to get him to put the ball in play. You just want to limit how many pitches you throw. Isn't it amazing how many times then a guy hits a ball right at somebody, even though it's hit sharply?
Yeah.
Howie Kendrick. How many times, Tom, have you talked about I was in the bullpen warming up, I had nothing was working, and you go out and you throw 2-hitter?
Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. And I think your mindset, it's almost a mindset that you wish you could take out there when you have your good stuff, because you're pitching to contact, you're keeping things simple. Instead of trying to be on the corners, maybe you're on the halves and you're thinking down. You're trying to pitch the contact. You get 2 strikes on a hitter. You're focused on making that pitch and putting them away so you don't have to make another one. And it's amazing how it all falls into place on nights like that.
One ball, 2 strikes. Inside out it to right and foul. 1-2.
And again, the bottom of the 4th, a very long inning, pitching change and all, so he's getting a lot of rest between innings.
That's shot into right field, and that'll bounce past Nick Markakis and roll all the way to the wall. And Howie Kendrick is going to make his way to third base with 1 out. That's single and a 2-base error.
I think initially Nick, when he first got a jump on that ball, thought he might be able to come in and make a catch. So then he lays back and he gets an in-between hop. Horrible feeling.
Yeah, you don't see that often with Nick.
No, sir.
Jock Peterson becomes the key man in the inning. He's flying out to left. Two 2-0 to Jock Peterson.
Julio got the ball back from AJ and took a quick look over in the on-deck circle, knowing the pitcher's spot is due up, and sees Trace Thompson over there.
And a base hit by Jock Peterson scores the first Dodger run. Howie Kendrick comes across. It's now a 3-1 game.
Dodgers had been 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position in this series.
And Trayce Thompson is the batter. Told the story last night. From a great sports family. His dad was Michael Thompson. Played 14 years in the NBA. His brother Clay plays for the Golden State Warriors. And a couple of 20-plus stolen base years for the White Sox organization at Birmingham. Never hit for a high average, just 241 in 7 minor league seasons. So Thompson hits for Liberatore. He's down a strike. And that's whacked back our way, and 0-2. J.P. Howell is loosening and will be pitching next.
He also worked last night an assortment of off-speed pitches.
High. Trayce Thompson played high school basketball at Santa Margarita High School in California. Imagine the pickup games in their front yard.
Last night he pinch hit and struck out. Seems to me they got him on a breaking ball. And that would have been from Ryan Weber.
Boy, was he good last night?
Very.
Yes, he was.
First big league win for that young man.
Weber, Cervenka, Withrow, and Ogando all did a good job of picking up a lot of slack last night. 3 2/3 long relief by Weber.
Thompson stays alive. It's still a ball and 2 strikes. Runner goes. A.J. Brzezinski's throws on the money. And he's thrown out his first runner trying to steal this year. He got Jock Peterson rather easily. 2 out.
Very short lead for Peterson because of the good move by Teheran, and that helped A.J. a lot. And a good throw. Nice play by Kelly.
Tagged him out twice. You only get credit for 1 out. Unfortunately, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Thompson laid off. It's a full count. Chase Utley's on deck. He's the first hitter on the lineup card for the Dodgers. And a little floater into shallow right center. That'll drop for Trayce Thompson. And the caught stealing a big play in the inning. For now, Utley's coming up with a man aboard and 2 outs. Chase Utley and Jimmy Rollins formed a terrific double play combo for so many years with the Philadelphia Phillies. Three seasons of 30 or more homers, 4 seasons of 100 or more RBIs. And he scored 100 runs 4 times for the Phillies in a stretch of 2006 through 2009.
Got a young player at first. You got a first-year major league coach at first. Thompson doesn't have a big lead at all, but might be a guy that Julio can pick.
Utley serves that over the Dodger dugout foul. It's now a 1-2 count.
Here's a situation for a pitcher in a tight ball game, Tommy, where you'd love to pick the guy off, but if it's not Utley, let's say it's Adrian Gonzalez, you got him 1 and 2. Would you rather take your chances with Gonzalez 1 and 2, thinking, okay, if I get him here, I don't have to face him next inning?
Yes, I think so. Yes, make a pitch, get him out. Don't have to worry about him leading off next inning.
Julio needs 1 more out to qualify for a win. Needs 1 more strike to get that out.
Stop.
This is by far the longest inning for Teheran in the game. And he's gone full to Utley. Eric O'Flaherty was loosening in the Braves bullpen. You've got Seager waiting on deck.
With a runner in scoring position, 2 out in the 3rd inning. Seager had hit a ball a mile foul, and he struck him out to end the inning with a breaking pitch, off-speed pitch. If you try the same thing here.
I would think he's leaning something off speed here.
He stepped off because he wanted new signs, like he had a change of heart of what he wanted to throw. One fastball.
Runner goes right back up the middle. Ibar shaded that way. The throw to first in time. The change of heart turned out to be the right pitch, and Teheran is through 5 with a 2-run lead. Julio Teheran has given the Braves 5 gutty innings of 1-run ball tonight. Atlanta's got RBI hits from Daniel Castro and A.J. Pierzynski. They've plated 3 runs. And as we see on our Chevrolet game summary, the Braves halfway through the ball game have a chance to win their 5th consecutive game.
I think that's a good call, Chip. Gutty 5 innings. And struggled there in the 5th inning, but he got through it with the 1 run. So if he is done for the night, tip of the cap to him for scuffling through it.
We'll see if that's the case for Julio. As the Braves take a look at J.P. Howell, a veteran left-hander. He will start inning number 5 for Los Angeles.
Pitched in last night's ball game. 2/3 of an inning, gave up a base hit. Gave up a double to Mallex Smith.
Dodger relief corps had a 14-inning scoreless streak snap last night. See if Atlanta can add a few more here in the middle innings. With AJ starting things off, he's walked and singled. And that floats in for a strike.
What we saw last night was not going to be overpowered by Howell. You're just going to get a lot of change-ups, slow curves, sliders.
A lot of everything.
Yes, sir.
This is Howell's 4th season as a Dodger. Broke in with Kansas City in 2005. Had some really good years with the Tampa Bay Rays. Helped pitch them to the World Series in 2008. And that's in at the knees. 2-2. Little roller out towards second. Utley charges. Glove flip to first. He's done that before. Chase Utley with a nice play to take away a hit from A.J. Pierzynski.
Slow runner coming down the line, but he wasn't going to take any chances. Nice flip.
When he's done playing baseball, he could go play highlights somewhere in Florida with a play like that. And that's the first out.
Still have highlight on there?
Oh yeah. Yep.
They haven't run out of cestas yet.
Let's see if Kelly can make some contact. No swing. Ball 2. Dribbled to first. Adrian Gonzalez makes the play for the second out.
The ball was taking some funny bounces before it got to Adrian. Looks like he turns that ball over his changeup. It's probably a circle change, but it almost looks like he's coming over the top of it a little bit.
Yeah, really tries to get on top and inside and get that downward spin.
Bounce to the left, bounce back to the right. Get out of my way.
Eric Aybar broke out of his 1-for-28 slump with a double to left his last time up. Didn't know this about J.P. Howell. He started his college career at USC, went to Texas. Did you know that J.P. Howell broke Roger Clemens' 2-year record for strikeouts with the Longhorns?
No, I didn't.
I didn't either. He was 25-4 with 271 strikeouts and 249 innings.
Very impressive. Julio's still in the dugout. Maybe he's going to go back out there.
And Aybar tips that into Grandal's glove. It's 1-2.
Truck's telling us that Julio was not getting handshakes when he came into the dugout, so he might be going back out.
Well, he'll have the 2, 3, 4 hitters for Los Angeles. Seager, Turner, and Gonzalez. That trio's 0 for 6 tonight. Up the middle, Huntley to his right. Throws across his body, and Adrian Gonzalez scoops it at first base for the 3rd out of the inning. But the Braves might take a look at this one on video review. Safe or out?
Out. Out.
Terrific play by Utley, and even better scoop by Adrian Gonzalez, who's due 3rd for the Dodgers. 3-1 Atlanta. We're through 5.
Atlanta Braves baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day.
3-1 Atlanta over the Dodgers. Julio Teheran is through 5 innings, and he's going to go back out for the 6th inning with the 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up for Los Angeles. And it's time for tonight's BMW Mini Let's Motor player profile.
3 games, 4 hits, a couple of RBIs, runs scored. I'd say he's doing a good job of contributing. He's also made a couple of real good defensive plays. Welcome back, Daniel Castro.
Braves bullpen is busy should Julio have any difficulty in the inning. And he'll start with Corey Seager. Seager's 0 for 2 with a strikeout, but he's hit a couple of mammoth foul balls in this series. Be careful with him. 1 ball, no strikes. To first. Teheran to the bag. 1 out. Good start to the inning for Julio Teheran. Christian hip-hop recording artist Toby Mac performs after the game this Sunday. It's a free concert for everyone in attendance. Limited VIP field passes are available for the show for $10 each. Act fast. Go to Braves.com/faithday today. Braves have not announced their starter for Sunday. Jacob deGrom is scheduled to pitch for the Mets.
A couple of good curveballs is sitting already.
One of Joe's keys tonight was first pitch efficiency for Julio Teheran. 13 of 21 first pitch strikes, including 1 to Justin Turner.
He's been very efficient up to this point.
Love it. 2 good fastballs in to get his attention. Remember, I was talking about Turner earlier about how good he is at turning on a ball, getting the barrel to pitches on the inner third of the plate. Trying to move him back a little.
And that split the dish. 2-2. Up the middle, and Kelly had that tick off his glove, and Turner, a big turnaround first, will throw out an anchor there. It is aboard with 1 out. So Adrian Gonzalez is coming up, and Freddie Gonzalez is coming out. That's going to be the last pitch of the day, it appears, for Julio.
That's too bad because he made a good pitch. He just hit it where no one was.
Well, on a night when Julio Teheran probably feels like a dog's breakfast, he pitched a whale of a game. 5 innings and a third. He has allowed 1 run on 6 hits. Braves bullpen's in play against the Dodgers, ahead by 2. Well, fans all year long will celebrate the top moments in Turner Field history. Tonight it's the final playoff win at Turner Field. Game 2 of the 2013 National League Division Series against these Dodgers. Jason Hayward had a 2-run hit in the 7th to give the Braves a 4-1 lead. Dodgers came back with a couple in the 8th, but real G-Money threw out D. Gordon. And Craig Kimbrell closed that out, giving the Braves a 4-3 Game 2 victory. And here's to 20 years, brought to you by Synovus, the Bank of Here. Eric O'Flaherty versus Adrian Gonzalez.
Eric's had a rough start to his season in his return to the Braves, but his last 3 outings, no runs allowed. Has not worked a full inning in any of his outings. And lefty's 2 for 8 against him.
Fly ball center and deep. Mallex Smith has gone as far as he can go. And Adrian Gonzalez has just tied the game at 3 on a long home run to straightaway center.
Right in his wheelhouse. Fastball.
So with one swing of the bat, the Dodger first baseman Adrian Gonzalez has given the Dodgers new life.
Sponsorship is presented by Echo Outdoor Power Equipment.
Braves 3, Dodgers 3. We continue here in the top of the 6th inning. We'll have plenty to talk about with you after the game. As always, Braves Live presented by Xfinity. Follows game 2 of our series. 5th career homer for that man, Adrian Gonzalez, in this ballpark. And it was a no-doubter to straightaway center.
And thanks for coming, Julio Teheran.
Yeah.
His work goes by the wayside as a no decision. Chris Withrow has pitched really well for the Braves. Former Dodger. He's now in his 7th game, and this the 14th game of the season for the Braves. An .077 average against him. 4 1/3 innings, just 1 hit allowed.
His first 2, Yasiel Puig is skied straight back, strike 1.
I think Puig likes the first pitch.
I think so, yes. I think he's established that pretty well.
Yep.
Took a shot at the second one as well and fouled it away. 0-2. Off the end of the bat to the right side. And that'll be the second out. 3 pitches takes care of Puig. 2 men down. And here's Grandal. Grandal had the first Dodger hit, a second inning double. Stripling off the hook for the Dodgers. No chance to win for Julio tonight. Battle of the bullpens here in the 6th. A little low, ball 2. Now, Yasmani Grandal was born in Havana, Cuba, and was a first-round draft pick of the Reds back in 2010. Went to the Padres in the Edinson Volquez Matt Latos deal. And then came to LA in the deal for Matt Kemp from San Diego. And he just earned a 4-pitch walk to keep the inning alive.
Chris Withrow signed with the Dodgers out of Midland Christian High School. Lives in McKinney, Texas. Big guy, 6'3", 240. And in 2 seasons before he got hurt and hurt his elbow with the Dodgers, 56 innings, 71 strikeouts. He was 3-0, a 2.73 ERA. He had a bunch of walks, but a power arm.
Nice play at third. Strike 1 for Howie Kendrick.
Another former Brave, Chris Woodward, over there, their third base coach. They made a lot of changes, not just in their managerial position, but in their coaching staff. Rick Honeycutt, 1 holdover. He's in his 11th year as the pitching coach. George Lombard, we talked about him last night, former Brave.
That's well struck to center by Kendrick. Mallex Smith is back onto the track and has enough room. Kendrick stung that ball to straightaway center, and so did Adrian Gonzalez. Unfortunately, his club left the ballpark and tied the game 3-3. There's a smiling face of Jace Peterson and a very distinctive autograph for the young Braves infielder and outfielder, and he will get things started for Atlanta here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Peterson, Smith, and then Withrow's spot is coming up. Braves have a very left-hand heavy lineup. That's why J.P. Howell's back out there for the Dodgers. Jace tonight is 1 for 2 with a run scored. And Steve, right one. Braves took a 1-0 lead in the 3rd inning on an A.J. Pierzynski RBI single. The Dodgers intentionally walked Nick Markakis to load the bases in the 4th. Daniel Castro drove him 2 more runs with a single. That made it 3-0 Atlanta. The Dodgers got a single, a 2-base error, and a base hit by Jock Peterson for their first run. And then a moment ago, Adrian Gonzalez tied it up with his 2nd homer of the season. So 3-3 is your score. Nobody on or out. Three and one.
And nothing the Braves would like better than to get a leadoff walk right after the Dodgers tied it.
Both bullpens are busy as Jace awaits a 3-1. And he took it. As Hatcher is loosening for Los Angeles. Hunter Cervenka is warming for the Braves. And that's into the seats foul. Still a full count.
As I'm sure AJ and Kelly told Jace, and maybe Ibar too, even though Ibar's switch hitter batting right-handed. A lot of junk.
To the right side. Tricky hop. Utley stay with it. And a shot put throw to first takes care of Jace Peterson. Fans, the Braves VIP road trip is heading to Kansas City to see the Braves take on the world champions May 13th, 14th, and 15th. If you book your trip by noon on Thursday, April 21st, you'll receive an autographed baseball and a pair of 2016 Turner Field final season field level game tickets. Visit Braves.com/road trip for all of the details. Alex Smith has reached twice, scored once. Again, the Dodgers infielders pinch at the corners. And that's hit to short. 2 out.
He'd have hit that a little bit to the left.
Yeah, make him go away from his throw. Could have beaten that out.
Drew Stubbs grabs a bat. And is Dave Roberts going to make another change here? Stubbs is announced. Here comes Roberts. And it looks like Hatcher's going to come on to pitch. And we might have a Dodger double switch for the pitcher spots due second for them in the 7th inning. 3-3 is your score. Bases empty. 2 outs. Here tomorrow afternoon, a business fan special. First pitch at 12:10 here at Turner Field, as young Matt Whistler will take the ball for Atlanta, and he will face a man that struck out 301 hitters last year and one of the game's great pitchers, Clayton Kershaw, in the series wrap-up.
Should be a fun matchup tomorrow.
Pretty good numbers against Atlanta, but I still go back to a game he tried to go the distance here one day. Had thrown a lot of pitches and got lit up in the 9th inning.
So Kike Hernandez takes over for the Dodgers in left field. He's going to hit in the 9th spot, which is due second in the 7th. And this is Chris Hatcher, already his 7th game in relief.
Converted catcher, former Miami Marlin, came over in a 7-player deal over the winter. 2 winters ago. That included the trade that sent D. Gordon to the Marlins.
So Drew Stubbs with 2 outs takes a strike.
Hatcher throws hard, mid-90s, mid to upper 90s. Split finger pitch and a cutter.
And handcuffed Grandal, 1 ball, 1 strike. So Julio Teheran's quest to beat the Dodgers for the first time in his career will have to wait a little longer. Braves will face the Dodgers in early June. He's never beaten them, but deserved a better fate tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fastball at 96 miles an hour strikes out Drew Stubbs. The Dodger relief corps has retired 7 straight Braves hitters, and we are still tied at 3.
Attendance this Saturday, April 23rd, when the Braves take on the Mets, will receive a Skip Carey and Pete Van Wieren famous calls bobblehead. You won't want to miss out on this. Visit Braves.com/tickets today.
It's a beauty.
Very well read. Your first promo of the year.
Yeah, it was. I was a little nervous. But
I'm glad you took it home last night and practiced.
I did. You know, you can never be too prepared.
No. Just the professional side of you.
Yep.
How about what this guy has done out of the Braves bullpen since coming up?
I think he's getting better every time out. He's getting a little more comfortable. He did walk a batter last night in his 2/3 of an inning, but also recorded a strikeout.
He's been aggressive, done a good job. Keeps giving himself opportunities to get back out there in big situations.
Jock Peterson leads off. Peterson with the first Dodger RBI of the game. He now has 8 of those on the year. Strike one. Peterson, Hernandez, Chase Utley, and then Corey Seager. Peterson tried to check the swing and couldn't. It's 0-2. How does he hit left-handed pitching? Well, he's 0 for 3 this year. And he's going to be 0 for 4 if this one's caught by Jace Peterson. Another Peterson to Peterson play. That's twice tonight. Cervenka gets the leadoff man. That's encouraging. 1 man down for Hernandez. Hernandez has clobbered lefties this year. We'll see his season numbers pop on the screen in a moment. But a .387 batting average has been ballooned by going 8 for 12 against left-handed pitchers so far this year with a couple of homers.
This guy really is impressive. Talking to Eddie Perez before the game about him, Eddie was raving about him and his power. He's talking about the 2 homers already and limited at bats. He had 7 last year for the Dodgers, about 200 at bats. Started in the Astros organization, but the Dodgers got him from Miami in that same deal that involved Dee Gordon.
One ball, 1 strike. And that bounces up there. Hernandez now a 2-1 count. Isn't it funny? Teams never really know sometimes when the light's going to turn on for a player like Hernandez. Here he is on his 3rd big league organization, and it's with the Dodgers that he's really turned into such a valuable player.
Well, that's why they say keep playing as long as they give you a uniform. You don't know when it's going to click.
No swing. 3 balls and a strike.
He went from Houston to Miami in the deal for Jared Cosart. It sent Jake Marisnick and others to Houston.
Ripped foul.
5'11", 200 pounds. Out of Puerto Rico.
And he just drew a 1-out walk. So we go back to the top of the order, and the 2 lefties, Utley and Seager, await Hunter Cervenka in a tie game. Utley has a 3rd inning single to his credit. He's made a couple of good plays at second base tonight. A ground ball at someone would be nice right here and send us to the stretch where the top of the order is due for Atlanta in the bottom of the inning.
Front door cutter. Cutters and curveballs for Cervenka.
Up and away to Utley, even count.
Yes, he did.
So Hunter has him set up. Can he finish off Utley?
Shook off 2 signs. Let's see what this is.
Softly hit to center. Mallex Smith will have an easy catch. And Utley is the sack it out. The first is Hernandez.
Like a curveball in a good spot.
Yeah, had him out in front.
Seager's 0 for 3. He's 1 for 12 against lefties this year. Albano strikes.
Good idea. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see Hernandez put in motion here, especially if the count goes against Seager, where if he's thrown out, you got Seager leading off.
He's going. They got him picked off with a good throw to second, and the Braves didn't get him.
I don't think they did. Ibar's wanting an appeal, but he put the tag down pretty late.
Looked like he was on top of the base. Didn't have his glove out in front of the base.
Right. Good idea by Hernandez to just keep running.
Look what Hernandez did too. He went into the grass to make that throw a little more difficult for Freddie Freeman. So the call is safe, was he?
I don't know if there's enough there to overturn it.
I'm not sure there is either.
Rob Smith's the replay coordinator. The Braves awaiting the verdict.
This is the telltale side. Tagged him on the knee, just below the knee. I'm not sure it was before the foot got there. Braves are going to try it.
So the call at second was safe. The Braves asked for a review. Here's another angle.
I think he got him.
Yep.
I think the toe was still up. That was a good angle right there, fellas.
So the Braves are challenging this call. If it's overturned, Hernandez will be picked off, and that will end the inning. If not, he's in scoring position for Corey Seager.
this angle right here with his foot still up in the air now. Granted, his heel might have been against the base, but I think the tag was down before his foot pivoted onto the base.
What concerns me when there's a delay this long or a review this long is that there's not enough evidence to change the call.
Yeah, they're looking at a lot of angles.
Well, this review, maybe not as much fun as the one they had in San Diego last night with the Pirates and the Padres. With the balk call, the reversal, and then the re-reversal. And the call is going to stand. I'm guessing not enough evidence to change the call of safe. Call will stand. So how about that? The Braves had him picked off, but couldn't get the tag down in time. And Hernandez safely at second base. So it's a 1-0 count.
Got to knock the ball down if you're on the infield. Try to prevent that call from being a game decider.
And that one gets by A.J. Pierzynski. Kike Hernandez in at third base. Wild pitch.
Breaking ball that A.J. came up on rather than shifting in front of.
Two and 0.
A lot of pressure on the defense right here. Got to make a play. Outfielders, if the ball's blooped in front of you, you got to go for it. You got to try and catch it.
Let's not worry about any of that. Let's strike him out.
That would take care of business.
2 straight strikes from Cervenka. And it's popped up into left. Jace Peterson drifts back. He's got it, and Cervenka works around a one-out walk and a missed pickoff attempt. 7th inning stretch. Top of the order coming up in a tie game.
Time for an Xfinity game break, taking you over to Miami, where the Marlins are hosting the Nationals. Both teams taking advantage of the new fences at Marlins Park. 4 home runs yesterday for the Nats, and Michael Taylor joined in on the fun with a solo jack from the top of the 5th. Now to the bottom. Derek Dietrich gets the Marlins on the board with a shot to right center. It's now 3-1 Nationals in the bottom of the 9th.
All right, Kelsey, thank you very much. Marlins Park, it's a bandbox now. Everybody's hitting home runs there, right? Well, the Nationals are off to a flying start. They're playing great. Let's see if Atlanta with the top of the order can get something going in a 3-3 game. Nick Markakis will lead things off. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Hatcher back out there for a full inning of work. Markakis, Castro, and Freddie Freeman are due. Let's take a look at tonight's Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot feature. Right guy up at the right time for the Braves.
And really coming through in the clutch too. 6 for 16 before tonight's game in the leadoff spot.
Grounded to Utley. And he'll make the throw to first, and Markakis is retired for the first out. Another good night for Daniel Castro. Tom mentioned last night, every time he plays, he does something to help you win a game. That's been the case tonight. He's our State Farm instant replay.
Behind in the count, runners aboard, and he came through in the clutch with the bases loaded. Big hit of the night so far for Atlanta.
He's filling in for Adonis Garcia, who is a little tender.
What's up, Chan?
Chan, make a play.
He's got hands like a sturgeon over there. He had no shot.
You caught it if it was a hot dog.
Wow.
Mercy.
To short. Seager handles this one cleanly. Bad throw, but Gonzalez saved him with a stretch. There's the second out. Freddie Freeman has had a rough night tonight. 3 strikeouts.
Braves have not gotten the ball out of the infield since Castro's clutch hit in the 4th inning. 7 ground outs, 2 strikeouts.
Well, Freddie can erase a frustrating night with 1 swing.
Dodgers shift again for him with 2 outs. And as Joe said, he's been behind in the count almost every time up.
Nothing you can do with that pitch.
No.
You don't want to be swinging at that one. 0-0.
He's 6 miles an hour. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Freddie's been late on the fastball tonight. He's got to start a little sooner or keep his upper body back a little better. Hey, Tom, when you first got to the big leagues, Were they already throwing the balls out even on a ball in the dirt? Were they doing that then?
I used to yell at Javi all the time whenever a ball was fouled off or I threw it in the dirt and the umpire didn't ask for it and he'd hold it up for the umpire. Right? I'm like, no, throw that back to me. Make him ask you for it. It was probably the tail end of my career. There was every ball that was put in play was thrown out of play.
Broken bat and right back to the mound. And Hatcher completes a very impressive bottom of the 7th. We go to the 8th. 3-3 game. Baseball's global reach seems to be greater than ever. For now, Cuba remains one country that's outside its reach. Watch our special documentary, Cuba, Baseball's Final Frontier, Saturday at 6 Eastern before the Braves game, with an encore presentation Sunday at 5:30 after the Braves game. Only on Fox Sports South, home of the Braves.
That'll be fun to watch.
Can't wait to see it. Baseball trying to build some bridges with Cuba with the exhibition game played between the Tampa Bay Rays and the Cuban national team this spring. And Jim Johnson will face a Cuban native, Yasiel Puig, as he gets set for inning number 8 tonight.
Jim Johnson has really got things turned around. He had a rough start to the season, but his last 3 outings, all at Miami in that 3-game sweep. He worked 3 innings, only gave up 1 hit, no runs or walks. He was sharp.
Turner had a base hit before Adrian Gonzalez's 6th inning homer. That tied the game, and he's next. One ball, 2 strikes.
Jim did good work for the Braves before he was traded to the Dodgers, but that run of luck didn't go with him to LA. He had a rough time of it out there.
Swing and a miss. Turner is retired. Good start for Jim's inning. Turner has struck out for a 2nd time tonight. Key play of the game came in the 6th. Freddie Gonzalez wanted the lefty-lefty matchup with Eric O'Flaherty. Didn't bother Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, first pitch fastball. Inside part of the plate, and he was looking for it and didn't miss it. Put a charge into it to center field, tied the game.
It appeared that Eric was just trying to throw a first pitch to get ahead in the count and put it right in his wheelhouse.
Ground ball foul at first. Keeping with that great Cuban documentary, Drew tells us that for 3 years the Dodgers had spring training in Cuba. In the 1940s, Cincinnati Reds had a AAA team in Havana, the Sugar Kings, until 1960. And Adrian Gonzalez is down on a check swing. Jim Johnson bringing it. That's a good sign. 2 up, 2 down.
93 on the strikeout of Turner, 94 on that punch out. When I first was coming up, first going to spring training with the Dodgers in Vero Beach, I heard wonderful stories about those times where not only were they trained there, but when they were in the International League, when Havana had a team in the International League, and how wonderful it was to go there and play.
I'd heard stories too that, and again, taking the politics out of what baseball has done with the Cuban government and the like, that's one thing that these two countries have such a passionate agreement on, their love of baseball. But there was talk that there was going to be a major league team playing in Havana. They were going to be the Sugar Kings. That's how popular that team was down there, and obviously the Castro Revolution took care of that. And when you think of what players like Yasiel Puig and Yunel Escobar and so many others have had to go through in order to get to the United States to try to play, or Canada for that matter, Major League Baseball, one can only hope that their path will be far less treacherous than it's been. Sharply hit. Ibar's got it. Long throw, and Jim Johnson worked a perfect 8th inning. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Let's get the Braves a run. Middle of the order coming up.
Atlanta Braves baseball is sponsored by Chevrolet, Georgia Power, and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
3-3 game. Braves did the scoring early. The Dodgers have done the scoring late. And Atlanta doesn't have a base runner since inning number 4. Let's hope that changes against Yimi Garcia, who makes his second appearance of the series.
Yimi Garcia 92-95 with a slider. Worked the 6th inning last night, gave up a base hit to Castro, and then got a double play to get out of the inning. But their bullpen has been outstanding since Liberatore came into the 4th inning. No Braves hitter has gotten the ball out of the infield. That's 10 in a row they've set down.
Remember, they had that 14-inning scoreless streak that was snapped at 16. Well, they're trying to start another one tonight.
Yeah, they've been impressive coming into this series. Lost that streak last night, but picked up again tonight. They've been outstanding again tonight.
LA shifts for A.J. Pierzynski, who's reached twice. He has an RBI hit. Chase Utley got him with a glove flip last time up. And he's going to have to leap to catch that one, and he can. A.J. a 2-hit night. He's 4 away from 2,000, and that represents the winning run for Atlanta. A.J. Pierzynski with a clean single to start the 8th.
First pitch, ambush. Raked it. Jeff Francoeur will come in and pinch run for him.
Kelly Johnson can hit a fastball. Let's see if he can tag Garcia. That's the first hit for the Braves since the 4th inning. One ball, no strikes. That caught the inside edge. Just past 10 o'clock here in Atlanta. Joe Simpson, Tom Glavine, Kelsey Wingert, Chip Caray from Turner Field. Game 2 of our series with the Dodgers. Atlanta led 3-0. The Dodgers stormed back with a run in the 5th, 2 in the 6th to tie it. Braves have the leadoff man on in the 8th. Jeff Francoeur pinch running. And that's popped toward the Dodger dugout. There'll be no play for Justin Turner. Still
really
1-2.
Had Kelly fishing for some stuff tonight. Off speed, struck him out first 2 times up. He just, prior to this pitch, was fishing for an off-speed pitch away from him that he got a piece of it. So when after leaning out over the plate to get it, they bust him inside, and on a fastball that he normally wears out, he's got to guard the plate, and he got jammed a little.
Let's see what Grandal wants.
He wants it upstairs. They want to go up the ladder.
Now it's a full count.
Send him. Tie game.
Yeah. Got to have confidence in Kelly that if it's a strike, he's going to put it in play.
Let Kelly know that he's going.
Francoeur another half step on his lead. Not going. And Kelly strokes one towards center. Peterson back will have room. He's got it. And there's the first out. Eric Ibar 1 for 3 with a double tonight. That went around the plate. 1 ball, no strikes.
Line drive out to first, double to left for Ibar tonight. Swinging the bat a little better. Why not try a hit and run?
I'd love to see him be just an eyelash late on a fastball and split the left center field gap.
Take that.
Look at that piece of pasture that he could play with. Runner goes. Swing, fly ball center. Peterson to his right. He's going to throw it back toward first. And Francoeur back standing. 2 out. So the fate of the inning rests on the shoulders of Jace Peterson. Jace has singled and scored tonight. Now Grandal wants to talk it over. Finals into the National League today. The Cardinals beat the Cubs. They salvaged 1 out of 3 in that series. The Nationals beat Miami 3-1 at Nationals Park. And the Mets have hit 2 more home runs against the Phillies. That's 12 in 3 games for New York. And that one's tied 4-4 entering the 9th inning. Cespedes and Duda went back-to-back. For Duda, he's been involved in back-to-back homers 3 straight games.
Is that right?
Last time that's happened for a player, Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds in 2002.
I believe that.
The Mets will be in town next. 1 ball, no strikes.
A lot of backdoor pitches here, and it may have been why Grandal went out to talk to him. Garcia may have wanted to throw a pitch inside, and obviously for Jace, if he's going to hurt you, he's going to hurt you by pulling the ball. He's probably not going to hurt you by hitting the ball out of the ballpark to the opposite field. So they're trying to keep it away from him and not make a mistake.
Nice strike, 2-1. That one up and out of the strike zone. Jace couldn't resist. Now it's 2-2.
The outfielders are playing deep, especially Hernandez in left and Peterson in center, to try to prevent an extra base hit that would deliver the go-ahead run.
Yeah, the only shot he's got is that right center field gap, and the only way he's going to go there is you make a mistake in.
Late at 95, still 2-2. Jace had his first multi-hit game against the Marlins Sunday.
That was a good pitch there for the Braves. That's a bonus in that Francoeur can take off running on the pitch now.
And with the second hit today, Jace might be able to chase Jeff around and put the Braves in front. Francoeur leads. There he goes. And the pitch is skied to center. Jock Peterson drifts back. And he's going to make the catch, and that retires the side. The Braves got a leadoff hit, but 3 straight flyouts to center. Handled by Jock Peterson. We head to the 9th time. We wrap up the series here tomorrow. Quick turnaround, 12:10 first pitch. As the Braves and Dodgers hook up in Game 3 of the series, Matt Wisler will oppose Clayton Kershaw. Join us at 11:30 Eastern on Fox Sports South with Braves Live. Game will be streaming live on Fox Sports Go as well. It's April in the ATL presented by Cook's Pest Control. Tyler Flowers in for A.J. Przinsky, who was pinch run for by Freddie Gonzalez. And Arodys Vizcaino will come on and face the Dodgers in 9th.
This is the first outing for Vizcaino since last Friday, when he had to go 4 outs and 8 batters to get the save for the Braves' first win. So he's had some rest to get back in form. 35 pitches that night. Sorry,
yeah, that was the key. Freddie Gonzalez was very concerned about that heavy workload for Vizcaino and gave him extra rest. So much so that Matt Wisler came on and pitched the 9th inning of that final game in Miami. And the ripple effect of that was Wisler pushed back to start tomorrow's game against the Dodgers. Yasmani Grandal leads off for LA and takes a little low. Crowd tonight 16,087, 16087. Hope you'll play hooky with us tomorrow for Kershaw and Wisler. .98 at the knees.
Powder River.
It's a good one to take. Not going to do much with that one.
Good point.
Almost hit him. That's Charlie Culberson waiting on deck. Good cut. And a leadoff walk in the 9th inning. And that'll bring up a Georgia boy, the pride of Georgia Tech, Charlie Culberson, who's really fired up to be playing in this final Dodgers series against the Braves in Atlanta. He was talking about that in the LA newspapers. He was the kid that would stand in line and try to get Tom Glavine and Chipper Jones and Jeff Francoeur's autograph. And pretty good chance that's the family.
I would think so. Either that or he hired a trio of photographers.
Remember Charlie in his days with Colorado. Made this club out of spring training, a non-roster player.
Oh. And might be bunting.
I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Yeah, so they can get a good shot of him squaring around.
Very short lead at first. He's not bunting, and that's bounced foul by the Dodger on deck circle. Strike one.
So we're both surprised.
Yep.
Culberson's played 148 big league games coming into this season with the Giants and Rockies. Played only 5 games with Colorado's AAA team. Last year had all kinds of injury problems, but back and healthy. And in the big leagues with LA. 0-1 count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Charlie was born in Rome, Georgia, lives in Smyrna, and went to Calhoun High School. Now is behind in the count. 1-2. Jock Peterson's next after Charlie Culberson hits in the 9th. Did he go? He did not.
Oh. I thought he did, but I just don't understand this strategy. It may work out for LA, and I think he did stop his swing. But it's not like you've got the pitcher coming up in 2 batters. They've got Hernandez. Kike Hernandez is batting in the 9th spot now. Got a left-handed hitter on deck. I'm not sure what the strategy is here.
Well, Culberson just took a breaking ball right down Peachtree, and he's caught looking for out number
1. Buckled his knees. Caused him to flinch, froze him. Great pitch.
The Braves get the out. More importantly, the Dodgers don't advance the base runner. And now Jock Peterson is the hitter with a 1-for-2 night.
The only thing I can speculate on here is they pinch hit Culberson. Worst case scenario for the Dodgers, he doesn't advance the runner. Okay, so we're thinking about Peterson hitting with first base being occupied and the runner being held on there, so there's a hole to work with. But that's kind of thinking negatively about Culberson.
Vizcaino looks sharp after a long layoff. Nothing in 2. Another way to look at it too is if you're going to bunt, why pinch hit? I know you have a relief pitcher up there who probably doesn't handle the bat much. If we could give away an out, might as well let the pitcher hit and save Culberson.
Well, you got to believe you got a starting pitcher on the bench.
Yeah, good point.
Play down the bunt.
Could have done that. Yeah, they've got a ton of guys still left in their bullpen, so they weren't worried about that.
Jock Peterson was just struck out by Vizcaino. That was nasty. Back-to-back strikeouts after the walk.
He wasn't just struck out. He was shown the dugout here. What a good sequence from Vizcaino.
But a tough out in Kike Hernandez. 2 outs, runner at first now. Swing and a miss. In the 9th, Mallex Smith will lead off for the Braves. Did he go? Yep. 0-2.
2 good pitch selections there. You know he's going to be aggressive, trying to hit one out of the yard. Back-to-back sliders. See if he goes with a third one. Might as well with those 2 swings.
Yeah.
Throw it a little further outside.
Swing and a miss. Wow. Vizcaino with an electric 9th inning. After the leadoff walk, Culberson, Peterson, and Hernandez all struck out. And the Braves a chance to walk off when we come back. If you can't watch tomorrow's day game on television, you can now stream games live on your mobile device. Just go to your app store and download the free Fox Sports Go app. Log in and stream the Braves wherever you go. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Great to see President Carter and his lovely wife Rosalind here. Bill Bartholomew in the owner's box at Turner Field. Charlie Culberson stays in the game. He'll be in left field for the Dodgers. And And veteran Joe Blanton is on to pitch to the bottom of the Braves batting order.
He worked last night's game. 1, 2, 3 inning, got a strikeout. He's another guy that we talked about him last night. He's got a deep repertoire and works quick.
Well, if Malix can get on, all kinds of good things can happen for the Braves potentially. He'll be followed by Tyler Flowers and then Nick Markakis.
Find a gap right here. Start it out. That'd be nice.
This guy's given up a lot of homers in his career too.
Downstairs from Alex. 3 RBI game here last night. He scored a run tonight. He's 1 for 3. He hit it in the air to center. Jock Peterson's been busy. Last 4 putouts have been in his glove. 1 out. Big night last night for Tyler Flowers. He had 4 hits.
A little bit for his batting average too. He went from 231 to 412. It's a good night.
And a strike over the outside corner. No history between Blanton and Tyler Flowers.
Interesting there. Last night 3 of his hits went to right field, remember?
Yep.
And he pulled one to left. After the first pitch, Chase Utley moved to his left about 5 or 6 steps. Looked in the dugout. The Dodgers were waving him back. No, play up the middle. So that right side's open for him again.
Took a shot that way too. And it's out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Any run in the 9th wins it for the Braves. 3-3 score. And a shot to Utley. He had to move 2 steps to his left. And Flowers is the second out. Well, here's a matchup the Braves feel pretty comfortable with. Nick Markakis has clobbered Joe Blanton. Coming into this series, Markakis 7 for 16 with a homer.
Did not face him last night.
Starts him with a breaking ball. Nick's last homer was last September against Jose Fernandez and the Marlins. Ripped down the right field line, but foul.
Again, as a hitter, when you've got confidence against somebody that you know really doesn't have anything to get you out, you know you can hit anything they have. Tough spot for Blanton.
I don't think Nick's going to see that pitch again.
Blanton in his career, when he was a starter for Oakland and the Phillies, is a guy known to give up homers. One year in Philadelphia, 30 homers. The next year, 27. 2013, he gave up 29 homers for the Dodgers.
Grandal tried to steal a strike, didn't get it. 2-2. All the way to the backstop, fills up the count.
Ben May's done a good job behind the plate tonight. Again, first time we've seen him work back there. I think he's called a good game.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistent all night.
Nick Markakis draws a 2-out walk. You knew Blanton was going to be very careful with him. But now they have to contend with Daniel Castro, who's had a big night for the Braves at the plate. 2 singles, 2 RBIs.
He did face Blanton last night, who's the first batter he faced, and struck out. So maybe he learned a little something.
Set him up for tonight.
Yep, didn't need it.
The Dodger outfield is deep. They play Daniel as an opposite field hitter. If Blanton makes a mistake and he splits a gap in left center, Braves might be in business. A lot of room down the line in left. Charlie Culberson almost perfectly lined up with the 380 mark in left field. 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, the defensive posture that you've got to assume on the road in the bottom half of the inning really creates a lot of openings. You got Turner guarding the line at third. There's a huge hole between short and him. Outfielders are deep, a lot of pasture right out behind the infield, and a runner being held at first.
Daniel tried to hit that one. Alvarado missed it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He was behind in the count when he delivered that 2-out hit back in the 4th inning.
Nice catch. That fan from Johns Creek with the catch of the night. One ball, 2 strikes. Driven toward right, but playable for Puig. He'll drift back. And we've got free baseball in Atlanta. 9 in the books. Good ball game. Braves 3, Dodgers 3. The Tigers take on their division rivals and reigning world champion Kansas City Royals at 6:30 Eastern. And a game you can only see on FS1 or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. This one's been worth watching tonight. Good game. Braves 3, Dodgers 3 as we head to the 10th inning. And Jason Grilli is on to face the top of the Los Angeles order.
It's been some real good work out of both bullpens tonight, with the exception, of course, that home run that Gonzalez hit off of O'Flaherty. For Jason, his 6th game. 1 save out of 3. Looking for a W here if he can just hold the Dodgers and let the offense get back up there.
Identical records for each club in extra innings. As Chase Utley digs in. Utley 1 for 4 tonight. Lifetime 0 for 6 head-to-head with Jason Grilli. One ball, no strikes.
Braves still have Alexi Ogando in the bullpen and newly called up Casey Kelly and also Ryan Weber, but I doubt that Weber's available tonight after 3 2/3 last night.
Ball 2. Utley made him throw a strike. It's 2-1.
Jason spanned 7 in 4 2/3 innings. That's not an issue, but what's driving him crazy are the 5 walks. He's a guy with good command, still trying to get back to 100%.
Now Utley in the driver's seat. 3 balls and a strike. We've said it before, we'll say it again. Pretty remarkable that Jason Grilli is back as quickly as he is from that devastating Achilles injury suffered in Denver last year.
Yeah, it's one thing to come back from that if you're 25 as quickly as he did.
There's a good pitch that shaved a corner. Full count.
It's not about arm. Not about his back or anything like that. It's about his legs and the confidence he has with his feet under him, trying to pitch like he used to.
Utley just did stay alive. 3 2. What was it, Joe? 5 innings for Jason this spring, something like that?
I think 3.
I mean,
in spring training.
This is almost like spring training still.
It is, yeah. I mean, he was throwing in some minor league games, but as he said, major league innings. He's not. I know he's not to 10 yet, counting spring training. But there was a reason for that too. They were trying to get him ready, trying to make sure he was okay so he didn't hurt his arm.
Utley with a base hit to right. Big turnaround first for Chase Utley, his first hit against Jason Grilli in his big league career. There the Dodgers have the leadoff man aboard in the top of the 10th.
Fastball was supposed to be away, caught a lot of the plate.
Yeah, it's good at bat. Fouled off. Tough pitch to stay alive. Got a mistake.
Dodgers got their leadoff man on in the 9th. No sign of any bunts. Leadoff man here in the 10th. Let's see if they play it the same way.
Seager the batter, 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Runner goes. The pitch, a ball. Flowers' throw is not close. Chase Utley with a stolen base. One of the smartest base runners in baseball still. Utley with something like an 88% steal success rate for his career. Ran on the first pitch.
And his first swipe of the year.
I think he had his mind made up he was going. And if Grilli had thrown over, he would have picked him off.
And I shortchanged him. It's 88.8% for Chase Utley in his career.
I wouldn't know, but I would guess that's near the best in Major League history.
Well, 144 steals, caught 18 times. Chase Utley. And for a man that's 37 years old and has had some horrible knee problems the last couple of years he was in Philadelphia, he looks like he's moving great.
Good pitch here for Seager to try to ambush and pull the ball to get him to third.
And Arbuckle Jenkins tells us, Joe, that Utley is first on that percentage list. That stayed low, ball 3.
Might get a green light here. Be careful.
Not close enough to offer. A hit and a walk starts the Dodger 10th, and now Turner's the batter. Turner is 2 for 3 against Jason Grilli. And a reset for Roger McDowell is on his way from the Braves dugout. And if you notice over the course of the season that the meetings between pitching coach and pitcher are a lot quicker than they used to be, there's a reason for that. The 30-second rule for the mound meetings. And there's the countdown clock on the right side of the Braves' big scoreboard.
So first and second, nobody out. You've got your number 3 hitter up there, and the guy you want at the plate is on deck. You know that if Turner puts the bunt down, the Braves are going to walk Gonzalez. So what's the matchup that you want? Puig is behind Gonzalez, and he has hit the ball sharply several times in this series with not much to show for it. 1 hit.
Well, Gonzalez 2 for 8 against Grilli. Puig is 1 for 2.
Let's see if he's bunting. That would set it all up for what we're talking about.
Nope. Down to the first pitch. No.
I don't think he's bunting. They're not going to take the bat out of Adrian's hands.
Well, if by doing this, this is in the favor of the Braves. If Grilli can get a ground ball,
right,
you get a double play ball here. Things are looking pretty good to get out of it.
One ball, 1 strike.
Turner's had some good swings at fastballs tonight. I like the breaking ball here.
Another reason why the Dodgers don't want to bunt with Turner. Over the course of his career, he's a .320 hitter with runners in scoring position. And That's what he's got with nobody out. Utley at second. And Turner's not fishing. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, the breaking ball, that breaking ball in particular, was thrown at the outside corner. He's not going to, he sees breaking ball that far away, he's not going to offer.
Fly ball left center. Malik's on the run. Broke back, broke in, can't catch it. The ball drops. Here comes Utley around third. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's up the line, and the Dodgers take the lead. The Dodgers don't bunt. Turner put it in play, found a hole, and Utley scampers home to give LA a 1-run lead.
Fastball. And he got up level with it to hit it in the air. It looked like Malik's broke back, now raced in, and he would have been okay right here even after bobbling it. He could have gotten up and held Utley at third. Oh, goodness, and he had it, too. But then he fell down, he stepped on his cap and lost his footing. And when that happened, Utley was able to score. Goodness, he had it.
Yeah, made a good recovery, he just couldn't hold on. So he hit that ground and jarred it loose.
Boy, Jason Grilli in his last couple of starts, or last couple of outings, I should say, has been victimized by bloops. Blue Pit in Miami scored the tying run for the Marlins. Blue Pit here tonight brings home Chase Utley for the Dodgers, who will have him loaded after Adrian Gonzalez is walked intentionally. What a great effort by Mallex Smith to recover, and the ground just knocked the ball loose.
Oh, and what's this? Stepped on his cap. I don't know if it caused him to slip, but he couldn't get to his feet. But he had it. So now you're really in the soup.
Bases loaded for Puig.
He's been swinging at that first pitch. He's been swinging at every pitch, but especially the first pitch all night. Hard as he hits the ball, those guys on the left side that are in tight, they've got to be quick.
No balls and a strike. And that's fouled off Flowers. Again, Puig swinging at everything. 0-2. Leadoff hit and a steal by Utley turns to gold for the Dodgers. They lead 4-3.
Well, you try and elevate a fastball here, or you go right back to the breaking ball.
Fastball got him. 3 pitches, takes care of Puig.
What a great sequence that was.
Yeah. And that'll be the last pitch of the night for Jason Grilli. 22 pitches in the 10th. The first out recorded. Double play in order for Atlanta, which has to go to the bullpen yet again. Dodgers 4, Atlanta 3. As ball popped out of his glove off the bat of Justin Turner.
So frustrating for him, knowing he had gotten there to make the play and had it. Great effort.
So Jason Grilli taken down for Alexi Ogando, who makes his 4th appearance in the last 5 days. And he's been outstanding in relief.
He was airing it out last night. He pitched a 1-2-3 ninth inning with a strikeout and was around 95 on everything.
And he pumps over a strike to Dodger catcher Yasmani Grandal.
After the strikeout, the Braves infield playing back for 2 at second base. Catcher's speed at the plate.
Ground ball finds a hole, base hit. The Dodgers play it station to station. Grandal with a hit against Ogando brings home Seager, and the Dodgers extend their lead to 5-3.
Got the ground ball he wanted, but with the Braves playing up the middle for a double play, an opening.
Yeah, just bad break.
Third RBI for Yasmani Grandal. Bases still loaded for the Dodgers, and Charlie Culberson another at bat. He was buckled by Vizcaino. Snap throw back to third, and the Braves have a rundown. And Turner's going to be tagged out. Where was he going?
Safety squeeze. And
got another bad read.
Another horrible read. Culberson pulled the bat back and see how far Turner had gotten off the bag. Ran into an out.
Thank you very much. So that's the second out. The runners move up on the rundown to second and third. 1 ball, no strikes for Culberson. Ball 2.
I wonder if they'll score that a caught stealing.
Yeah.
It was.
Not sure why they'd be doing a safety squeeze if they were.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't bunt with the leadoff man, nobody out in the ninth. They don't bunt with the leadoff man on in Utley, and they've got the bases loaded and 1 out with Culberson up there, where fly ball gets you another run anyway. Why do you bunt there?
And it's hard enough to, you know, even the squeeze bunt with the bases loaded and having a force play. I'm not sure why you're trying it with the bases loaded and a force play, and you know that runner's getting even less of a break.
That didn't make any sense at all.
Maybe somebody missed a sign somewhere. I don't know.
Fly ball center. Malix is there. That would have been deep enough to bring home a run. Instead, the Dodgers run themselves out of a potential bigger inning, but they scored 2 in the 10th. And Freddie Freeman is leading off for Atlanta next. The Dodger pen has been superb tonight. 1 hit over 5 1/3 innings so far. And now Atlanta has to come back against a man that's allowed just 2 base runners all year, and that's their closer, Kenley Jansen.
36 saves last year, 44 the year before that. Great big guy, 6'5", 270 out of Curacao. And he throws about 95% cutters and an occasional slider. Low to mid 90s on that cutter.
He's riding a 17 consecutive save opportunity roll. And he's only 14 away from Eric Gagne's Dodger franchise record of 161 already. He's going to fly by that this season for Los Angeles. But the Braves have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up, so we'll see what happens. 2-run Dodger lead. Freddie Freeman looks for his first hit on the night. And strike 1 at the knees.
And for the first time tonight, they brought in the infielder Seager to just in case Freddie wanted to bunt to get the inning started. Now they back him up.
Strike 2. As Joe said, Kenley Jansen is a big dude. He's built like an offensive lineman. And he wears an offensive lineman's number 74. That number, though, has special significance for him. That's his house number in Curacao. And he's big as a house. 6'5", 270. And 28 years old. He'll be 29 in late September. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Freddie. And that's popped to the left side, and it is into the seats.
Well, this is a tough matchup for Freddie Freeman tonight anyway, with this difficulty of trying to catch up to fastballs, and this guy pounding cutters in on your thumbs.
Freddie hanging tough.
What was it? It was Andrelton Simmons, Kenley Jansen, and Didi Gregorius were all on the same team in Curacao.
That's correct.
Pretty good team.
Yeah.
Kenley was the catcher. Simmons pitched, and Gregorius played shortstop. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
They were very strong up the middle.
Yes, they were. And Freddie's down swinging. He strikes out for a 4th time tonight. And there's the first out in the Atlanta 10th. There's Adonis Garcia. Adonis couldn't start tonight. He was hit by a pitched ball on the left knee last night. Came to the ballpark, was a little tender. And so Freddie changed the lineup card and put in Daniel Castro instead. A strike.
"51 plate appearances for Freeman. That's now 15 strikeouts. He'll get it turned around, though.
Well, if you want to get it turned around quickly, he'll have a chance tomorrow, but I don't envy him or anyone else that's fighting it. The assignment for the Dodgers tomorrow, like Kershaw. They've got a tangle with Matt Wisler, who's looked good in the early going too. And that's a little low. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, I'm not so sure after a night like tonight, a little bit of a struggle. Freddie's going to go home and think, all right, I got Kershaw tomorrow. I'll turn things around.
I don't think that you're right. I don't think that's right there.
Maybe he will, but that's not exactly the guy you're looking at to say, all right, we'll get right tomorrow.
Different look from Jansen on that windup.
Little LaTroy Hawkins. Instead of a stretch, it was a mini stretch into a windup. Trying to catch the hitter off guard.
Braves need a base runner and a long ball to get it tied. 5-3, 1 out. And a full count for Adonis. To short. Seager's got it. And the Braves are down to their final out. Quick turnaround. We are back at it early tomorrow. 11:30 with Braves Live. And the Three Stooges upstairs will have Kershaw versus Wisler.
Good matchup. Anxious to see Clayton Kershaw work. Matt Wisler has been pitching really well with not a whole lot to show for it. He's been very aggressive.
So Kelly, the final hope for Atlanta. He's 0 for 4 in the game. And a little dribbler right up the middle. And the Dodgers in extra innings have evened the series by a final score of 5-3. The Dodger bullpen 6 1/3 innings of one-hit baseball. The Braves had 2 base runners over the final 6 1/3 tonight. Very impressive. Series tied a game apiece. 5-3 your final. We'll recap it for you right after this.